The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our guest chaplain, the Bahi Mohan Singh of the Gurdwara Singh Sabha of Yakima, Washington. You may begin.
Let us pray. One universal Creator God, by the grace of the true Guru, Almighty God, Vaheguru, we call you by many names, but you are one. Keep your divine hand over the members of this house as they steer our nation's future. Keep truth on our tongues, love in our hearts, and sound judgment in our minds. Remind us of our purpose to love, serve, and create a peaceful world. Bless all leaders working for the common good. Give those who govern humility, courage, integrity, and compassion. Release us from ego so we serve selflessly. Help us remember we belong to one family. Recognize the entire human race as one. You are everywhere. All are yours. Whatever is seen is your form. You are one. Watch over our protectors, ensuring our safety and freedom. Homage to worldwide martyrs who fought for liberty, justice, and equality. In the name of Nanak, find everlasting optimism with your will, Almighty God. May there be grace for all humanity. Pranam ਸਮੂਹ ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And without objection, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor my guest chaplain, Bhai Mohan Singh. Mohan Singh was the head grantee, or the head priest, at a Gurdwara in Yakima, Washington, and now travels the nation spreading the teachings of Sikhism. Sikhism is the world's 5th largest religion, with nearly 30 million followers worldwide, and roughly 1 million of those are located within the United States of America. It was founded by Guru Nanak in West Punjab in 1469 and is based on 3 cardinal principles: meditate on God, earn a living by honest means, and share with the less fortunate. Mohan Singh is a dedicated preacher with an extensive educational background in Sikhism, with experience in both teaching and leading religious services. His career spans over 2 decades of service in both India and the United States, and we are very fortunate to have him here today with us to lead the opening prayer and to represent the good people of Central Washington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Susquehanna Regional EMS, UPMC, in North Central Pennsylvania's pre-hospital team on being selected as the 2024 Pennsylvania Agency of the Year by the Pennsylvania Emergency Health Services Council. In their tireless efforts, Susquehanna Regional EMS responded to a staggering number of approximately 20,000 calls in 2023, including 911 emergencies and non-emergent inter-facility transfers. Their commitment to community benefit support was equally impressive, with over 13,000 hours dedicated to events like as the Little League World Series, Williamsport's 4th of July celebration, and Lycoming County Fair. Susquehanna Regional EMS educates providers and the public with programs like UPMC's Minutes Matter and Stop the Bleed. Through a partnership with Susquehanna Health Foundation, 100 AEDs, 100 bleed control kits, and 100 packages of Narcan have been donated to our community. Every minute counts in a medical emergency. Susquehanna Regional EMS daily work has saved countless lives throughout Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. On behalf of a grateful community, thank you for your service to our community, and congratulations on this well-deserved award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute for advice and consent.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today during Immigrant Heritage Month in recognition of the 12th anniversary of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program known as DACA. Since 2012, DACA recipients, or dreamers, have experienced uncertainty about their status and future in this country. Yet, their impact is certain. They are our nurses, writers, lawyers, teachers, activists, and change makers. They have grown up here, eagerly contributing to the diversity of our country. If Congress does nothing, we lose our neighbors, our family members, and friends. We lose fellow Americans. With the American Dream and Promise Act, House Democrats have a plan with a bipartisan support to finally create a pathway for citizenship for dreamers. In America, we welcome those fleeing harm and danger. We welcome those who believe in the American dream. We put people over politics. Americans support dreamers, and dreamers support America. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my appreciation to the St. Louis County Rescue Squad and Sheriff's Office for their dedication to responding to emergency situations and to mourn the loss of 2 Minnesotans. Recently, they responded to a tragic accident where a party of 4 canoeists went over a waterfall in the Boundary Waters, and 2 went missing. One of the missing canoeists, Jesse Hagen of Cambridge, was a constituent of mine. Jesse heroically attempted to save his fellow canoeist before going under himself. Jesse's bravery was no surprise to anyone who knew him, especially given his military background. Mr. Speaker, the Boundary Waters is remote, making any rescue attempt complex. And during this time of the year, high water levels and fast currents made these efforts even more difficult. Jesse Haugen and Reese Grams both tragically died, but I am grateful to the St. Louis County Rescue Squad and Sheriff's Office for staying on the scene for 2 weeks until both men were located. Thanks to their determination and professionalism, the families of Jesse and Reese can now have closure, and I will continue to pray for them and our St. Louis County Sheriff's Rescue Squad. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
The United States is recovering from the pandemic faster than any other industrialized nation. In fact, the World Bank expects the United States economy to grow significantly faster than they initially predicted, and our growth is fueling a worldwide economic recovery. Yet prices remain stubbornly high: groceries, gas, and especially housing. Both realities are true. And one culprit of this is corporate profit-taking and greed. Because unemployment is low, Our job market is strong and inflation is cooling, yet prices are still up almost 19% since 2021. Historically, in the years leading up to the pandemic, corporate profits were responsible for approximately 11% of price increases. Contrast that with the second and third quarters of 2023. Corporate profits were responsible for more than 50% of price increases. And in the latest quarter of 2023, American corporate profits reached an all-time high of $2.8 trillion. President Biden and congressional Democrats are working to address this manipulation head-on, while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle propose tax cuts for the very corporations taking advantage. It's time to hear real solutions from the so-called leaders of the House. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we commemorate the 249th birthday of the United States Army. On this day, the Second Continental Congress transformed a local rebellion into a war for independence by establishing the Continental Army, which today is the United States Army. One day after the Army was established, Congress appointed French and Indian War veteran George Washington to be the very first commander of the Army, and the rest is history. The Army's birthday is a day where we can express gratitude for the brave men and women who served and continue to serve in our nation's oldest branch of the military. As one of 38 Army veterans currently serving in the U.S. House of Representatives, I'm honored to recognize this historic milestone. One thing everybody knows about the U.S. Army is that when duty calls, we will rise to the challenge. This will defend. God bless our troops, Iowa, and God bless the United States of America. I'd also like to acknowledge that today, June 14th, is Flag Day. Please remember and honor the values of our flag. I'd like to extend birthday wishes to President Donald Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I recently visited the Union Square Green Market in New York with Chef Evan Hanser, founder of Little Egg in Brooklyn. Evan is a chef ambassador for Chefs for Healthy Soil, a coalition that promotes the connection between sustainable agriculture and the foods that sustain us. We spoke with farmers who produce nutritious, locally grown food by focusing on soil health and sustainability. They understand the deep connection between the quality of delicious food at restaurants like Little Egg and the quality of the environment in which that food was grown. Access to food is a fundamental human right. Americans deserve a food system that secures that right for everyone while doing right by farmers, food workers, and the planet. Supporting our farmers as they protect soil health and sustain local food systems is one of the best tools we have to end hunger now. I want to thank Chef Evan and everyone at Union Square Green Market for introducing me to this important work, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my comments.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 155th anniversary of John Wesley Powell's daring expedition of the Green and Colorado Rivers. These findings literally put Utah's canyonlands on the map. These rivers and canyons are vital to Utah's economy, agriculture, and recreation. First, the expedition successfully navigated Flaming Gorge. The expedition then mapped and survived the vast canyons and open sagebrush flats of the present-day Uintah County and the Uintah and Ora Indian reservations. The expedition continued through Desolation Canyon into eastern Utah before meeting the confluence of the Colorado River in present-day Canyonlands National Park in San Juan County. This year, the Uintah County will commemorate the expedition with the musical Let's Go, a John Wesley Powell story, in addition to the 6th annual John Wesley Powell River Festival. These Western heroes created the records for the lands and rivers we are now so grateful to recreate and enjoy safely. I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. Today I rise to remind us that as we celebrate Juneteenth, let us not forget the men of the 25th Army Corps. General Gordon Granger came into Galveston, Texas to read General Order Number 3, announcing that the enslaved persons had been freed. But it was the 25th Army Corps that came in before General Gordon Granger and liberated Galveston, Texas. They were 1,000 persons who had been enslaved but were now free. The 25th Army Corps deserves recommendation and they deserve commemoration. Let us remember them as well. God bless you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the United States of America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. We witnessed this week a remarkable baseball contest where in the congressional baseball game, the Republicans defeated the Democrats 31-10. But Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and recognize some real baseball talent. I rise today to congratulate the T.C. Robertson Rams baseball team for winning North Carolina's High School Athletic Association's 4A state title for the second year in a row. The Rams finished the season with a 14-game winning streak, and the team won a decisive 8-1 shutout victory. The Rams are now just the third 4A school in North Carolina to win back-to-back championships and the first to do so in more than 2 decades. Coach Eric Philippic has mentored this group of young men for more than 13 years, and his dedication has guided them to be better players and better leaders. And hopefully, one day, some of these great athletes will also join our congressional baseball team. Congratulations, Rams. You have again made Western North Carolina proud. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of Anna Piercy, a devoted educator, community leader, a mother, and a personal friend. Anna dedicated about 40 years of her life to serving Anaheim Union High School District. Her journey in education started in 1968 as a 7th grade teacher at Trident Junior High School, where she instilled a love for education in all of her students. Anna went on to serve as a member of the Anaheim Union School Board, where she continued to advocate for students and educators. She also went to serve our community as member of Cypress City Council and as Cypress Mayor. Anna leaves behind a lasting legacy survived by her 2 daughters and 6 grandchildren. Anna, I join your family and our community in remembering your legacy. Thank you for your community involvement. Thank you for all you've done for us. We will not forget you. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8070. Will the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of the bill H.R. 8070, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for the purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Thursday, June 13, 2024, Amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551, offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, had been disposed of. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 1287, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 4, consisting of amendments numbered 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 288, and 289, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-551, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my friend and colleague from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Rogers for his leadership on the National Defense Authorization Act. I rise in support of 4 amendments today, including this en bloc. I offer my first amendment in memory of Lance Corporal Adam Lambert, a proud Marine from Adel, Iowa. He returned home and unfortunately lost his life to suicide shortly after his combat tour of duty. Today, America loses 22 of its veterans to suicide every single day. We must do more to stop this silent epidemic. Amendment 980 aims to reduce the number of veteran suicides by improving our Transition Assistance Program, or TAP, and a Solid Start program to alert transitioning veterans of the mental health services available to them today through the Veterans Affairs Administration. Second, fighting communist China requires America be a leader in cybersecurity. My amendment 1012 bans the Department of Defense from acquiring or procuring or utilizing blockchain technology, that technology created particularly by our foreign adversaries. The CCP is developing a new technology to manipulate America and infiltrate our national security by rewiring our hard infrastructure. America is investing heavily in blockchain technology today, developing a cloud storage technology and technology that is the future of data management for worldwide adoption expected in the next decade. So let me be clear. Failure for America to be able to act or for the Department of Defense to become a subsidiary of a Chinese blockchain is 1,000 times worse than anything even TikTok could present today. This is a critical step to stop this crisis before it's too late, Mr. Speaker, and protect Americans. Last, innovation in America's defense demands a public-private partnership, particularly with our most strategic allies. Amendments 1038 and 1055 will counter near-peer adversaries in the Middle East and tackle the tech advances that communist China has made. As Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah rain down terror on Israel, we must support our strongest ally in the Middle East as she defends herself. With these strategic partnerships, we can support not only our allies, but also learn from the innovations being created by our allies, create new pathways and new markets for our defense tech startups, and continue to leverage America's dominance and spirit of innovation to shape a safer world. These amendments will establish a key strategic partnership between the Defense Innovation Unit, where I've worked with our allies in Israel and Taiwan. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this en bloc in a bipartisan way across both sides of the aisle. I thank the chairman for including this in his overall package. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
And I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for allowing me to speak on my amendment. It's a bipartisan amendment expressing a sense of Congress that we should not permanently store nuclear waste near the Great Lakes. My amendment responds to the Government of Canada's recent plans to build a facility that would permanently hold thousands of tons of high-level nuclear waste in the Great Lakes Basin, the greatest source of fresh water known to mankind. Permanently storing hazardous nuclear waste so close to our Great Lakes does not make any sense at all. A potential accident involving nuclear waste would threaten the drinking water of millions of people in the United States and Canada and jeopardize thousands of jobs in fishing, boating, and tourism industries. Surely, Absolutely, there must be a safer location to permanently store radioactive waste than adjacent to the world's greatest source of fresh water. My amendment, which is included in this en bloc, has strong bipartisan support, and it would be an important step in protecting the Great Lakes. I urge my colleagues to support this en bloc, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington Reserves, gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the chairman for including these en bloc amendments. I rise today in support of the en bloc, which contains 2 of my amendments. The first amendment would help identify the national security risk of autonomous vehicles from foreign adversary countries operating in the U.S. AVs will transform the future of transportation and increase safety on roads, but we must ensure our adversaries are not deploying data-collecting vehicles across our country, giving the likes of the CCP an unprecedented advantage point in the United States. The next amendment would help ensure our Department of Defense schools are not using TikTok for instructional purposes. As we know, ByteDance is beholden to the CCP, and we cannot allow our military installations or the schools operated by the DoD to become spy cells for the Chinese Communist Party. I urge adoption of the en bloc and the underlining bill, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased now to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from the United States Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of my amendment number 256 included in this en bloc. The United States and its allies are engaged in a global strategic competition with China and Russia. While Europe and the Indo-Pacific are the primary theaters of this contest, China and Russia are increasing their malign influence in the global south, including in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. My amendment directs the Department of Defense to assess the impact of Russia's influence in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean on the national security and economic interests of the United States. This builds upon my amendment, which was included in fiscal year 23 NDAA, which directed the Department of Defense to assess the standing of U.S. military force posture in the Caribbean, given U.S. national and regional security interests in the region. I urge support of my amendment in the en bloc 4, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support the en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Smith, for allowing me to speak on my amendment, number 267, in the en bloc. The Australia, United Kingdom, and United States Security Pact, also known as AUKUS, is one of the most significant security arrangements in generations. It is essential to maintaining free trade and security in the Indo-Pacific. As we strengthen our coordination of defense article production with our allies, we must continue to prioritize domestic research, producers, and procurement. AUKUS is a premier example of the domestic benefits. The University of Rhode Island and the Naval Undersea Warfare Center Division Newport formed research and education partnerships with Australian partners. AUKUS will also support good-paying jobs and small businesses across Rhode Island. My amendment reinforces twin ideas, that AUKUS is critical to protecting national security and that it boosts local economies by enhancing defense production capabilities. Let's ensure the Pentagon promotes and prioritizes domestic production as we work alongside our allies for a safer and more stable future. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Okay, the gentleman yields. I'm sorry, the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am now pleased to yield 1 minute to the... sorry, I wanted to make sure he was here. I apologize. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman's recognized.
And still I rise, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding the 1 minute. I thank those members of the Rules Committee who made this moment possible. Today I rise to call to the attention a 159-year-old injustice. Milton Holland was given a battlefield promotion. When he received that promotion, it was not validated later on when it was discovered that he was a person of African ancestry. The battlefield promotion he was given was denied because of who he was. He was a member of the Union Army, by the way. He received the Medal of Honor, but could not maintain the promotion that he received for the valor he displayed in battle. This injustice will be corrected today. Every person who votes will be bending the arc of the moral universe toward justice for Milton Holland. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of the en bloc amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to HRES 1287, I offer en bloc amendments.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 5, consisting of amendments numbered 290, 291, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 316, 317, 318, 319, 320, 321, 322, 323, 324, 325, 326, 327, 328, 329, 330, 331, 332, 333, 334, 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341, 342, 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348, and 350, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-551, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my colleague from Texas, Mr. Self.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of my amendment, which requires the Secretary of Defense to review and report on the personnel records of military chaplains who suffered retaliation for seeking a religious accommodation for the COVID-19 vaccine. By way of background, the Department of Defense's COVID-19 vaccine mandate violated service members and chaplains' religious liberty and caused substantial harm to their careers. The DoD handling of the chaplain's religious accommodation request was an utter disgrace, involving blanket dismissals instead of dismissals considered on an individual basis. My amendment seeks to account for the injustices suffered by the military chaplains. The primary duty of chaplains is to provide spiritual guidance to our service members. To do so, like every American, they must be free to follow their conscience without facing retribution from the government they swore to defend. This amendment is an important first step to ensuring that those who serve our country can do so without sacrificing their freedoms, to quote the Declaration of Independence, endowed by their Creator. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment as part of this en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve my time. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to Chairman Rogers and his leadership and steadfast support for the men and women of our armed services. Yesterday, I was proud to see 3 of my amendments pass the House, and now appreciate the opportunity to speak about 3 more. My first amendment requires critical oversight of the DoD's education, activity, disability, emphasis, program to ensure it operates to support the employment, retention, and career advancements of those living with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities. Employment opportunities offer those with disabilities the experience to strengthen their soft skills and lead to independent lives. Nearly 70% of working-age people with disabilities are unemployed. Another amendment I've offered, including the en bloc, will require a study on the effectiveness of the Exceptional Family Member Program and outline how it currently supports individuals with disabilities. The special needs families cannot be left in the dark and too often are left on the sidelines, so we must ensure that they have the necessary resources and programs to support their family members' special needs. Thirdly, I offer amendment requires the DoD to provide consistent reporting on the implementation and effectiveness of naloxone distribution for our service members. Opioid overdose and addiction remains real risks for our transitioning servicemen and women. We must together ensure they have access to effective reversal treatments in the event of an overdose to help save lives. Ensuring our service members have the resources to support their mental health, tackle substance use disorder, and support their families, especially those with children with disabilities, is essential to our mission of strengthening and enhancing their quality of life. I thank my colleagues for their support of my previous amendments, as well as their consideration of these three. I urge their adoption and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
And I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington
Thank you,
is recognized.
Mr. Chairman. If I may inquire, that's your last speaker before you, correct? Correct. Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I'm take this opportunity on the last en bloc package to give my closing remarks on the bill. We do have a few more amendments to go, but this will be the last opportunity to speak about the broad issues surrounding the bill. And the first thing I want to do is really thank Chairman Rogers, his staff, and the entire team on the Armed Services Committee for the work that they've done in pulling this bill together. As we often, lay out, from the beginning of the process in committee, there were, I think, well over 1,000 amendments offered in committee. Again, well over 1,000 amendments offered to the Rules Committee that we all had to sort through to try to produce a piece of legislation. And coming out of committee, we produced an outstanding piece of legislation. And I think even on the floor, and even where we're at right now, this is a very, very good bill. And the chairman, Mr. Rogers, deserves an immense amount of credit for getting us to the point where we have a very, very good bill that deals with a lot of incredibly important issues. Most notably, as we have mentioned, this is the piece of legislation that does the most to help support the men and women who serve in the military and their families of any piece of legislation that I've ever worked on. I want to thank Don Bacon and Chrissy Houlihan and all of the members of the Quality of Life panel that really did a deep dive to figure out what do our service members and their families need. They did a large number of hearings. They brought in veterans. They brought in active duty members. They brought in family members to say, what is your life like? How can we make it work better? And then put together a series of proposals that are really quite remarkable. Some of it is pay, certainly, but it also has to do with support for spouses and finding employment. It has to do with child care, health care, education, housing. A wide range of issues are very aggressively addressed in this bill. I strongly support those provisions. I also have worked closely with the chairman on what I think the critical issue of modernizing our military, making sure that we can hit the production numbers that we need to hit to have an adequate deterrent in light of the challenges that we face in the world, and then also making sure that we modernize. So much technology is crucial to warfare when it comes to drones, counter drones, missiles, missile defense, having secure information systems. There are a lot of provisions in this bill that put us in a better place to get those technologies quickly and field them. We have a long way to go. I understand that. We're not where we need to be, but we've made a lot of progress, and again, that's a testimony to everybody who worked on this bill. I also want to thank my staff on the Democratic side. We have a real spirit of bipartisanship on this committee that I think serves us well. They've done an outstanding job of getting us to where we're at. The amendments that were adopted yesterday, unfortunately, mean that I am going to oppose this bill, and the bulk of the caucus is going to oppose this bill as well. And there are three main reasons for that. Number one is the prohibition on the travel policy within the military. This is something that we didn't need to address. We did not address it in committee, but it is a crucial issue. It is a crucial issue because so many states across the country have passed restrictive laws when it comes to access to health care for women. You may find yourself stationed in one of those states, and you may not have access to that health care. The travel policy was meant as a way to give people serving, and crucially their family members, access to the health care that they need. Passing a piece of an amendment to this bill that basically eliminates that access to health care, is a readiness problem and is a problem for the military. Women serving, and even if you have a spouse and you are serving, you will have concerns as to whether or not you're going to be able to access the health care that you need. And the stories have been documented over and over again. A woman has a miscarriage, can't get the health care that she needs because of some law that was passed. This is a debate and a struggle that will be fought out state by state across the country, sadly, for years to come. But our service members shouldn't be caught in that debate and denied health care when they need it. That provision alone is extremely problematic. Also, along the health care theme, we have 2 severe restrictions now in this bill on trans people and their families receiving the health care they need. I am not going to presume to say what the right health care is. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a trans person. It should be between them and their doctor. We placed 2 restrictions in this bill that presume that the United States Congress is a better medical professional than a doctor. That is a restriction on that access. And again, it hurts the military. Because not only if you are a trans person serving, but if you're someone who's serving, who has a trans child, you now have to wrestle with the fact that if you're in the military, your child's not going to be able to get the health care that he or she may need. That is a problem for our service members. It's got no business being in this bill. We had these discussions in committee and decided that we weren't going to do it and didn't. The fact that it is added undermines the credibility of this bill. Lastly, we have the whole epic fight over diversity, equity, and inclusion. And my position is the Department of Defense ought to be able to deal with that issue as is necessary and as they see fit. And I understand we are in a very, very difficult culture war right now. But the restrictions in this bill that say you can't do DEI ever for anything fundamentally misunderstand that culture war. I don't think anybody even on that side of the aisle would disagree that this fight is going on. So if you're running the Department of Defense or even a commander of a local base, you have to deal with that, okay? I don't like the extremes on either the left or the right when it comes to this. It's absolutely true that there are some people on the left that interpret diversity, equity, inclusion to mean that basically our country is nothing but a racist country, has never been anything but a racist country, and we ought to teach people that, and that all white people are racist, and we ought to teach people that as well. That's wrong. That's not what the Democratic Party supports. It's certainly not what the Department of Defense is doing right now. On the other side, we have the approach that says racism isn't a thing. Let's pretend that it wasn't ever that big a deal. We don't have to deal with it. Let's just blind ourselves and not deal with it whatsoever, which is equally ridiculous. As I have shown over and over again, there is still a problem with racism. So when you are trying to lead a bunch of young men and women in the military, they come to you with those issues. How do you deal with them? What the Department of Defense very sensibly has done is they have some people who are focused on how do you deal with that? How do you make sure that we're going to work together cohesively as a unit without bias and prejudice? This bill says, nope, you got to ignore it. You got to act like none of this has happened. If you're in the Department of Defense, there's no culture war. There's nothing to be worried about. We're not going to let you deal with it at all. That is a really, really stupid approach. Those 3 things got into this bill because the Rules Committee ruled them in order, and then by a reasonably narrow vote, they passed. And that is unfortunate because I believe it will undermine the ability of the military to do its job. And for that reason, I do oppose the bill at this point. But as I've told everybody, I know in the end, we will work it out. But for now, I think it's important to make that statement. I think those areas were wrong. Again, I applaud the chairman and all of the people who have worked on this bill. 98% of the bill, it's really good, outstanding work. I know in the end we'll get that 98% through, but for now I think it's really important to point out the deep flaws contained in those 3 areas. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Alabama is recognized.
I do take a minute to thank the ranking member for his leadership. He has been an outstanding partner in this process as we've built what is an outstanding National Defense Authorization Act. I can't overstate how helpful the Democrat staff and the Republican staff have been working together throughout this entire process. This is truly a bipartisan committee and a model for the rest of this institution. I encourage members to support the en bloc amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendment are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start out by saying happy birthday to the United States Army. Spent a fair amount of time in my life in uniform in the Army, and it's a defining thing in anybody's life that has spent time in uniform, and it's been a wonderful institution for many, many Americans over a long period of time. Also want to thank the chairman for the work on this bill. I know that while we're debating it here today and we're going to vote later today, that the work tomorrow for next year's bill will start tomorrow. And so I thank him for his hard work. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is pretty straightforward. It just requires the Secretary of Defense to report on the use of taxpayer-funded union time by DoD employees. We're not saying it's bad. We're not saying it's good. We're not saying it's too much, it's too little. We just want to know what it is. We just want to know. For those who may be unfamiliar, Congress granted certain employees the ability to perform certain tasks for labor unions while on duty. And to be clear, that means that these employees are being paid by our constituents to work for union activities instead of doing the job that they were hired to perform. I think maybe it'd be fine if we said in the job description, your job is to do organized labor activities, but that's not what's in the job description. The job description is what's needed for the country, for the Department of Defense, but instead of doing that work, you're doing other work. And unacceptably, the statistics on the use of official time are very few and far between. Take a GAO report from January of 2017, so we're a few years beyond that now, which is telling in itself, but according to the data from the Department of Veterans Affairs, 346 employees spent 100% of their time on official union activities instead of taking care of our nation's veterans. Now, the Trump administration took some steps to improve transparency, including actually reporting the use and the cost of official time by agencies. A VA press release dated November 8th of 2018 cites a particularly egregious example. A VA registered nurse who was elected as a local union official spent 100% of her time doing organized labor activities. That might be fine if the job description was organized labor activities, but the job description is registered nurse. So how much time taking care of veterans as a nurse was this person spending? Well, 0. That's how much time. To use examples from the Department of Defense, the most recent available data, or estimates of the data, from the Trump administration's final report was that 3,235 DoD employees used official time in FY19 for a total of 526,990 hours at a cost of millions upon tens of millions of dollars, not to mention the equipment. Folks, we're here debating the National Defense Authorization Act. National Defense Authorization Act. And there are very serious threats around the world. While we stand here, while we sit here, while we watch, the Russians are moving a fleet into Cuba, about 100 miles off the coast of the United States of America. And I don't know about you, but for me, I want every DoD employee focused on keeping America safe. And all we're asking for, all this amendment asks for, is a report so that we don't go blindly searching around to try and figure out how best to do that. If we have the information, we can make decisions. We don't have the information. This amendment says give us the information, track the information so we can make decisions. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to Amendment number 56, which will require a report that would be prejudging the rights and interests of federal employees by calling into question something called official time. Official time is a system that we, Congress, established in law almost 40 years ago to ensure that all employees are entitled to union representation, receive it, regardless if they are in the union or not. So, through official time, federal employees who volunteer as union representatives spend time on what they call representational activities, working with employers, managers to resolve disputes, improvements in the workplace that benefit all employees, one of which, and many people consider it the highest, is for safety issues. So they can walk around, they can do the very inspections that save lives and save people from injury instead of waiting for it to happen and reacting before somebody gets hurt or dies on the job. Simply put, let's call it what it is. This is an attack on official time. My colleagues want to gut public sector unions. Call it what it is. The report that this amendment requires would only tally the cost of official time, ignoring many benefits. That official time provides management as well for workers, their safety, and their production. Workers have the right to have a voice on the job. They have that right. That's exactly what the official time provides for. I know that in the workplace it becomes more productive, efficient when management and workers come together. This amendment would lay the groundwork to take this opposition in a different direction. As co-chair of the Labor Caucus, I want to continue to oppose these efforts to take away rights from workers. And when we look back at some of the history on this, it's been incredible. This has been an enhancement for the government. There's been report after report on this already. But the bottom line is this is about protecting workers on the job who become more protective of the people, the workers on the job. And Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, there are many things that I agree with the gentleman, my friend on the other side of the aisle. These are important tasks that need to be done. Disputes need to be resolved. We all care about the people that are working for the federal government. But to think that after 40 years we've gotten it perfect and we can't take a look and we can't ask for a report, I think is a little bit short-sighted. This isn't an attack on anyone because those things do need to be done. But I would say this. Yesterday, received an email, and I'm going to ask to enter it into the record, from the AFL-CIO, from someone working on official time. So this is yesterday. Today's Friday. Yesterday was Thursday. It is the timestamp on it is 1:38. So 13:38, if you're in the Army, is what time it came. That's in the middle of the business day. That's in the middle of working hours. That's not handling disputes. That's lobbying members of Congress to vote one way or the other. We want them to be able to handle disputes and do the work to make sure employees are protected and the good work of DOD is done. But I, for one, would like a report on how this is the work that taxpayers should be paying for and how that's happening and how much it's happening. That's all we're asking for, Mr. Chairman, is a report. With that, I yield the balance and urge support.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of federal employees, and he picks up one issue on one little area. My God, we can just look to our members in Congress to see where violations happen. And with that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes from the gentlewoman from Oregon, Representative Hoyle.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this unnecessary amendment that seeks to restrict the rights and interests of federal employees by calling into question the role of official time. 40 years ago, Congress established official time to ensure that all employees entitled to union representation receive it, regardless of whether or not they choose to join the union. Official time ensures federal employees have a voice at the work site to resolve disputes, address issues of discrimination or retaliation, and propose improvements to the workplace. The federal government covers the cost of official time activities because under federal law, unions must provide fair representation to all employees at the work site, not just those who pay dues, but also those who benefit from their unions bargaining for better wages, hours, and working conditions, even though they aren't union members. Opponents of the public sector unions claim that official time is a waste of taxpayer dollars. This is false. The cost of official time amounts to just 0.1% of all the salaries and benefits paid to federal employees in a given year. This amendment is an attack on official time and on public sector unions, plain and simple. I urge my colleagues to oppose any and all efforts to take rights away from workers and to oppose this anti-labor amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. To wrap up, let's be clear. This is an attack on people's voice at the workplace. This is something that we collectively have looked at for over 40 years, and we continue to have a productive way of keeping people safe on the job, and to understand that there is no way that they can use this time to do any union political activities, which has been suggested by the opposition. Let's keep our workers safe. Let's continue to care about those who make our country the best in the world. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Correction, the amendment is agreed to.
Requested a recorded vote, please.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. The yeas and nays will be recorded. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 134, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment and would yield myself 3 minutes.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 134, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Doggett of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 3 minutes. This is a bipartisan amendment that I offer together with my colleague Ralph Norman. We may appear as the odd couple politically, but we share a common interest in trying to ensure that taxpayers get their money's worth. And that is true on military contracts as with every other aspect of government. And when it comes to those contracts, we're concerned that that's not happening on too many of them. We don't ask you to just take our word for it, but we've turned to a fellow named Sheikh Assad, sometimes referred to as the most disliked person in the Pentagon. He had 4 decades of experience in negotiating government contracts, served as the top director for procurement for both George W. Bush and Barack Obama. He was central to an illuminating 60 Minutes report last year about price gouging, which he described as unconscionable and widespread. He's returned to the Pentagon now as the Director of Procurement at the Air Force. I know that Chairman Rogers and Mr. Smith have been concerned about this problem, and their committee has given it some attention, but I think we can supplement their efforts. Military contractors deserve to get a fair profit, but American taxpayers deserve to be treated fairly also. We have seen a consolidation in the defense industry where 50 firms have been reduced to about 5 primary contractors. This is a very modest amendment. It requires essentially a one-time type of audit by a review panel that will conduct oversight on the reasonableness of prices on sole source munitions and weapon systems. A one-year investigation to determine whether the department has achieved fair prices in survey contracts, and recommendations made to this Armed Services Committee and the Pentagon to be sure that taxpayers are getting the best bang for the buck. Just as one example that was cited, we've had inflation. All of us are concerned about it, but the cost of a Stinger missile of the type we've been shipping to Ukraine rose from $25,000 in 1991 to $400,000 to replace it. That's a little more than the increase in inflation and the improvements that may have occurred in the missile. The Patriot PAC-3 missile, very important in defense. Hundreds of millions of dollars were saved after a review, and it was found that the contractor was earning a 40% profit. Our amendment would not change the procurement process or add new requirements on contractors. It would simply look at what has occurred in the past and is there a way to improve it. It has the support of a bipartisan group across the ideological spectrum, including the R Street Institute, the Project on Government Waste, on Government Oversight, the Council for Citizens Against Government Waste, Public Citizen, and the American Economic Liberties Project. There have been hundreds of amendments offered to the bill that we're considering. This is the only bipartisan amendment made in order for addressing reasonable prices. I would urge my colleagues to support this modest step forward. It is a very modest step, but I think it can be helpful to the committee and to all of us in assuring that we get our money's worth. I yield.
Gentleman yields.
I would reserve the rest of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I wholeheartedly agree with the gentleman's desire to ensure the department obtains fair and reasonable prices. The committee has done a lot to reform that process and crack down on waste, fraud, and abuse over the last few years. However, I believe I speak for both sides when I say we have some concerns that this amendment may be redundant to ongoing efforts, as well as efforts we required of the Inspector General to undertake in last year's NDAA. We also have some questions about how the amendment would be executed. However, if the gentleman would agree to work with us to address these concerns as the bill moves forward, I would be prepared to accept this amendment at this time. And I yield to the gentleman.
I am eager to work with you on it. I appreciate your comments and will be delighted to work with you. Sometimes this offer to work ends and begins at once. So long as this is not going to turn into mush in the conference committee or be totally dropped, I'm ready to work with you and cooperate. I appreciate it. We so often, as you know, hear about waste, fraud, and abuse as being able to finance essentially the whole government. And I know there are many contractors that are doing their job. They're vital to our security, but I hope we can work together and find a way to get at the core of this problem and save taxpayers money as at the same time we keep our military second to none.
I thank the gentleman for agreeing to work with us, and we will work with you, and I agree to accept the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. The gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 190 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 228, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of floor amendment 228.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 228, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. James of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment revises Section 1725 of the base text to strengthen the current reporting language regarding South Africa by including my legislation, H.R. 7256, the U.S.-South Africa Bilateral Relations Review Act, that passed House Foreign Affairs Committee markup with strong bipartisan support back in March. This legislation would simply require the Biden administration to make a determination on whether South Africa's actions are undermining the United States' national security or foreign policy interests, and conduct a full review of the bilateral relationship between the U.S. and South Africa. The only way that this would be threatening is if the ANC is actually undermining the United States and our partnership with the South African people. It is important to show the South African people that the United States is aware of its plight, and it is important to show the American people that we will no longer be played for fools. Mr. Speaker, on March 20th, 2024, the ranking member of House Foreign Affairs Committee reminded us that a year and a half ago, the Biden administration put out a U.S. strategy toward sub-Saharan Africa. So how's that going? In the last year and a half in Sudan, 10 million displaced, 15,000 fatalities, 5 million on the brink of starvation. The world's largest humanitarian crisis rages while external actors fuel the fight without repercussion. In the last year and a half, across the Sahel, the epidemic of coups has resulted in severe democratic retreating, with the forced withdrawal of U.S. military personnel from Niger being the latest example. In the last year and a half, in Central Africa, the conflict in eastern DRC threatens to escalate and destabilize an entire region. In the last year and a half, in Ethiopia, 15 to 30,000 have already died. 8 million have fled their homes. 25 million people, including 14 million children, are in desperate need of food, water, and medicine. Mr. Speaker, in the past year and a half, the situation in the continent of Africa has gotten even more bleak. Are we so naive to believe that the same U.S. strategy that got it so wrong throughout the rest of sub-Saharan Africa somehow got it right in South Africa? As the chairman of the Subcommittee on Africa, I'm acutely aware of South Africa's important role on the African continent, and I'm proud that the United States has held cordial relationships with South Africa for nearly my entire life. Over $8 billion in the very important PEPFAR assistance program since 2003, and growth in trade from $13.9 billion to $21 billion in 2021. In fact, South Africa has been the United States' largest trading partner in Africa since 2014 and is home to over 600 American businesses. However, it's clear to me that the ANC of today is no longer the party of Mandela. The ANC continuously moves away from its traditional stance of non-alignment in international affairs and has displayed consistent and overt anti-Israel sentiment in the wake of the devastating October 7th attacks against our #1 ally in the Middle East. These include then South Africa Foreign Minister Pandor accepting a call from the Hamas leader on October 17th and visiting Tehran to meet with former President Raisi on October 22nd. South Africa filing politically motivated and unfounded case against Israel in the International Court of Justice. And then Foreign Minister Pandor stating just back in March this year that South Africa will arrest Israeli South Africans who are fighting back in the Israeli Defense Force upon their return and could even strip them of their citizenship. In addition to this overt anti-Israel sentiment, the ANC has increased its alignment with the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation as well. And in February 2023, on the anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the ANC hosted joint military exercises with Russia and China off the coast of South Africa. Excuse me, I'm a military veteran. These drills and exercises are practicing killing American sailors and soldiers. Additionally, the ANC hosted the BRICS conference in Johannesburg in August 2023. I'm also concerned at recent allegations of illicit financing flowing to the ANC from Russia and other malign actors. In December, the ANC allegedly accepted 10 million rand from the Kremlin-backed holding company called Chancellor House Trust. Prior to this donation, the ANC was all but bankrupt, and law enforcement had begun to seize assets at the ANC campaign headquarters in Johannesburg. Similar allegations exist relating to Iran. I'm concerned that Russia and Iran are seeking to buy official influence in South Africa. It is fundamental right of every sovereign nation to chart its own direction. Hear me clearly. But actions have consequences and repercussions. American people have choices too. And I believe that the potential U.S.-South Africa relationship is only fair that South Africa, if it remains If it desires to remain a U.S. close partner, it needs to meet us halfway. The current uncertainty in South Africa following last month's elections makes the determinations required by this amendment all the more timely. In order to strategically engage with South Africa, it is necessary to ensure the United States government has a contemporary review of the bilateral relationship. That is what this amendment does. It requires a certification and a review that will ensure that the entirety of the U.S. government is aligned to the realities of the current U.S.-South Africa bilateral relationship.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the James Amendment.
Gentlewoman is... I'm sorry.
Apologies. I opposed this bill when it was considered in the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I oppose this amendment today. South Africa is a key partner of the United States and has been critical to driving innovation and investment on the continent of Africa. It is also true that South Africa has taken a number of policy stances I do not agree with and don't believe are helpful to advancing further peace and prosperity, including an all too forgiving stance on Russia. But if our goal as the United States is to achieve an open and cooperative partnership with South Africa that advances both our countries' interests, this amendment will not accomplish that. Almost 2 years ago, the Biden administration put out a U.S. strategy toward sub-Saharan Africa, noting it is impossible to meet today's defining challenges without African contributions and leadership. Underpinning that strategy is the concept that the United States can offer positive choices to Africans as they determine their own future. In other words, we have the opportunity and responsibility to present options to our African partners that they can judge to be worthwhile and in their best interest. We don't get to impose our ideas, and we should be making a compelling case for why it makes sense to partner with the United States and work together to achieve shared interests. And any past disagreements with South Africa are reasons for us to double down through diplomacy to find productive pathways for U.S.-South Africa cooperation. This amendment unnecessarily duplicates a review process already laid out in law under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA. As an AGOA country, South Africa already receives a yearly review that takes into consideration any activities that undermine U.S. national security or foreign policy interests. This review is a requirement for any country to be deemed eligible to participate in AGOA. So the administration already has the power and responsibility to review whether South Africa has participated in any such activities as part of the country's AGOA eligibility review. It seems like a core purpose of this legislation is to undermine the AGOA eligibility of Africa's largest economy. So instead of doing this, my Republican colleagues should be trying to reauthorize AGOA. Moreover, this amendment was made in order, despite the original bill having no defense nexus, which was allegedly the criteria decided by the majority. Both myself and ranking members submitted Africa amendments that could have attracted bipartisan support, yet those amendments were not made in order. Finally, this amendment suffers from a bad case of timing. South Africans recently made their voices heard through a democratic election, and South Africa is in the process of forming a new government as we speak. We need to give the parties in South Africa time to establish a government and pursue the course laid out for them by South African voters. To conduct a review at this point in the process would be premature and potentially damaging to our interest of being a partner of choice for South Africa. I just want to say this is a strange and counterproductive and condescending amendment. And this is exactly what African countries accuse us of doing. They say, why do you wag your finger at us and tell us what we can't do? But then you don't do that to any other country. And they are right. They are not colonies. They are countries, independent. And this tired approach is what they are asking us to stop doing. We would not do this to any country in Europe or in Asia. So why are we doing this to an African country, especially South Africa, a democratic country who just held free and fair elections and one of the most strategic partners that we have on the continent? So we need to show up, and we need to show up in a different kind of way, and this amendment is not how we should show up for Africa. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. I understand.
Is not duplicative.
Gentleman will suspend. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I just want to say what I already said. This is condescending, it is counterproductive, and it is not the way that we should be engaging with our African partners, our democratic African partners on the continent. The best way to counteract Russia and China is to show up with a different approach that is dignified, that is respectful, that recognizes that these countries are independent, so that they see that we are serious and that we are using all of the tools in our toolbox, diplomatic, defense, and development, not finger wagging. And with that, I yield.
Yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan will be postponed. And the chair understands that Amendment 349 will not be offered. The yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-551, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 56 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 228 by Mr. James of Michigan. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes of time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Vote, the yeas are 188, the nays are 228. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 228, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 228, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. James of Michigan.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 272, the nays are 144. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendments, under the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 8070, and pursuant to House Resolution 1287, I report the bill as amended by that resolution and by the House on June 13, 2024, back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
I didn't hear you. The chair of the Committee on the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 8070 and pursuant to House Resolution 1287 reports the bill as amended by that resolution and by the House on June 13, 2024, back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8070 to the Committee on Armed Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 214. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Washington seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. members voting? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 199. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose is the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the engrossed H.R. 87, including corrections in spelling, punctuation, section and title, numbering, cross-referencing, confirming, amendments to the table, and contents and short titles, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 4213, the Conservation Enhancement Program Improvement Act, a bill originally introduced by Representative Buck of Colorado for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, so ordered.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. A gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, 8 suspected terrorists with ISIS ties were arrested in New York City, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia after crossing our southern border from Tajikistan, where they supposedly were vetted and then released into our interior. Since President Biden took office, 340 individuals on the terror watch list were caught crossing, and that's just who were caught. Who else is among the 10 million individuals that this administration has allowed to enter after making its 60 different policy changes to undo the border security measures of President Trump? Well, we know he's allowed in drug traffickers, murderers, robbers, those who have assaulted police officers, and even an individual who shot 2 police officers in New York City a week ago. How many more before President Biden takes action and undoes his disastrous policies, and how many more until cities like mine undo their dangerous sanctuary policies that not only protect these individuals, but force the taxpayers of New York and America to house them and provide all sorts of free services to their benefit? I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Ukraine is fighting valiantly to regain its freedom. But today I wish to highlight the sheroes of Ukraine, its women. These Ukrainian women work hard in the fields and farmsteads to feed their families, neighbors, and nation during war and during peace. These women labor day after day in the hot sun. By hand, you should see their hands. They plant precious seeds they carefully saved from last year using worn, simple implements and handheld, small shovels. They harvest with scythes and use simple push carts to pull their harvest by hand back to their small villages. Under-equipped, they toil year after year as best they can against the forces of nature, of the seasons, of the hard-scrabble circumstances of their dear lives. Along Ukraine's eastern front, where Russia has brutally invaded and is systematically destroying villagers and villages, these courageous women are planting. They're planting between landmines. Who can even fathom their heroism? They feed their children, their families, their neighbors, their countrymen and women. Let us celebrate these inspirational women of Ukraine, women of hope. Their extraordinary heroism is perseverance, their grace under pressure defined by what U.S. President John F. Kennedy called pure, raw courage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
What purposes does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Seek leave to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember Reese Grams and Jesse Haugen, two outdoorsmen, Minnesota outdoorsmen, who passed away while canoeing in the Boundary Waters canoe area. Reese was a beloved husband to his wife Angie and a devoted father to his sons August and Teddy. He grew up in Blaine and was a man of many talents. From his love of the outdoors to becoming a skilled carpenter and business owner, he was a lifelong learner, a caring family man, and a man of deep faith. Jesse grew up in Blaine and served our nation honorably in the U.S. Army. After his military service, Jesse served as a youth leader at his church. A proud father and husband, he owned and operated a business with his wife Bethany and cherished every moment spent with their son Isaac. Last month, Reese and Jesse's canoes went over the Curtain Falls, leading to their tragic passing. We are praying for strength and comfort for their families, friends, and all who knew them during this difficult time. I yield back.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Caden McClure as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Caden is a senior at Greene High School, and he became the 2024 Division I Boys Pole Vaulting State Champion at the State Championship meet in Dayton this past weekend. Several pole vaulters at the meet attempted to jump 16 feet, but after 3 attempts, Caden was the only one to successfully clear this incredible jump to secure the state title. The win capped off a very successful season for senior Caden McClure, as he is the fourth pole vaulter from Greene High School to win the state title. He also continued his family's history of dominance in this event by winning this year's state title because he followed his brother Connor, who set the Division I state pole vault record of 17 feet 3 inches back in 2001. Congratulations once again to Caden McClure for this very impressive victory. You have made your school, your family, and our community very proud, and I can't wait to see what you do next. You are the reason why Ohio's 13th Congressional District is the birthplace of champions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Valdosta State men's tennis team on their recent national championship. The Blazers tennis team had an impressive season. They finished the year with an overall record of 26-3. In conference play, the team finished 8-1 and were named the Gulf South Conference champions. At the Division II National Championship Festival in Orlando, Florida, Valdosta State battled for the chance to earn their third national title in school history. After beating Flagler College 4-3 in the final match, the Blazers earned the title of national champions as well as the #1 team ranked in the Intercollegiate Tennis Association. Boric Skirkir, Rodrigo Cavallo, Toshiga Tako, and Luca Mack also earned Intercollegiate Tennis Association Division II All-American honors. Congratulations to head coach John Hanson and the entire men's tennis team on an outstanding season and a national championship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now yield back.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week I traveled with my colleagues to Normandy to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the battle that turned the tide of World War II and led to the defeat of the Nazis. I met 100-year-old Air Force Tech Sergeant Chuck Richardson from my state of North Carolina, who flew 35 combat missions, including on D-Day. He was a real hero. And we saw rows and rows of white crosses and stars of David marking the graves of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in that terrible battle. We were reminded of the fragility of democracy and the dangers of tyrants who disregard the rule of law. Today, democracies around the world are under attack and authoritarian regimes are rising. D-Day proved that brave Americans working together could save the free world. We must put partisan divides aside and once again provide the leadership the world so desperately needs.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the successful and impactful career of Augusta University President Brooks Kiel, who is retiring after more than 14 memorable years in the university system of Georgia. Dr. Kiel arrived at Augusta University during a defining moment for the future of the institution in July of 2015, and his tenure has been defined by his steadfast leadership and commitment to the success of the university and its students. As president, Dr. Kiel ushered in 8 straight years of enrollment growth and a 48% increase in the university's economic impact on the state of Georgia. I consider myself blessed to call Dr. Kiel a dear friend, and while it saddens us to see this chapter end, I join the community in congratulating him on an extraordinary career and expressing our deepest gratitude for his unwavering dedication. As Dr. Kiel and Tammy embark on a well-deserved retirement, we will continue to follow his example and build on the foundation he established for a brighter future. And in the words of Dr. Kiel, go Jags. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate National Home Ownership Month, a time to reflect on the American dream of owning a home and what it means for the communities of Eastern North Carolina. Home ownership for communities across the East is the cornerstone of stability and prosperity. From putting down roots to building wealth, owning a home represents a significant milestone in the lives of Americans. Through home ownership, we build strong communities and provide stability for families. Yet, we know there are many challenges. Affordability remains a concern for many hardworking families. Congress has a duty to ensure that the American dream of owning a home is alive and well, no matter what your background or zip code. We must double down on our efforts to improve access to affordable housing, especially in rural America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to celebrate Paul Wojahn, World War II veteran, beloved New Ulm community member, veteran advocate, neighbor, relative, and friend who will celebrate his 103rd birthday next week on June 19th. Paul grew up on a farm near Comfrey, Minnesota, and when he turned 21, he enlisted in the U.S. Marine Corps, answering the call to serve his country, like many in his family and like so many in the greatest generation. After completing basic training in San Diego, Paul served aboard the USS Mount Vernon and was stationed in various locations throughout the Pacific Theater, including Okinawa. When he returned home from the war, Paul worked as a farmer and an excavator and went on to serve as a conservation officer for the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources for 25 years before retiring in 1983. Today, Paul is actively involved in several veterans groups and community organizations. He volunteers with the American Legion, Disabled American Veterans, NVFW, as well as the Salvation Army and Lions Club. Even at 103 years old, Paul continues to live each day to the fullest and finds time to enjoy the little things, like a quiet morning catching crappies. Thank you, Paul, for the many ways you've made southern Minnesota a better place for all of us to call home. We wish you the happiest of birthdays and many more to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today to honor one of the Virgin Islands' very own, the recently departed Pam Richards. A dedicated public servant, Pam's unwavering service to the Virgin Islands and tireless efforts to enhance our culture and heritage leave behind a legacy and an indelible mark on us all. Pamela Richards served as Commissioner of Tourism of the Virgin Islands government, Executive Director of the 29th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, District Director of my office, and more recently, she was the Interim Chief of Staff for President David Hall of the University of the Virgin Islands. She served on too many nonprofits and government boards to mention. Although deeply saddened by her passing, I find comfort in the memories of her sarcastic humor, our shared story of our Virgin Islands ancestors, history, and culture. Pam, rest well, Queen. We will remember your legacy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the retirement of Judge Timothy Pogue and his dedication to serving the people of Florence and Marion counties in South Carolina. Judge Pogue led a career as a distinguished and well-respected attorney, public defender, civil servant, judge, husband, and father. His commitment to serving juveniles and those experiencing abuse and neglect soon earned him the reputation as one of the finest jurists in South Carolina. His public service was felt throughout the community, and his leadership made him a role model to many practicing law. Thank you for your devout service to South Carolina, to the bench. We wish you nothing but the best in your retirement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute on the floor and to reserve the right to amend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the North Hollywood High School baseball team for winning their first CIF Los Angeles City Division I championship by defeating the Banning High Pilots 3-1. In a competitive and nail-biting championship game, the Huskies overcame a 1-1 tie in the top of the 8th when second baseman Nick Park hit his second triple of the game and produced the winning run. The Huskies started the season losing 6 of their first 7 games, yet they never gave up. They quickly turned things around and finished the season with a 20-13 record and earned the city title. What's more admirable is that they succeeded without having their own field to practice or play on all season. I want to commend head coach Eder Tapia and assistant coaches Eric Morante and Daniel Campos for overcoming the on and off the field challenges as they developed remarkable student athletes and a winning team culture. We will be rooting for these young, bright men and wish them all the best next season and beyond. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week, President Biden stated that the border should not be a political issue to be weaponized. I agree that Americans don't have time for games in Washington, but I think the president should take his own advice. Since day one of his presidency, President Biden has been laser focused on rolling back President Trump's policies that were effective in lowering illegal immigration. As a result, we've had nearly 12 million illegal encounters at our border since January of 2021, with this past April being the 38th straight month that encounters on the border have been higher than even the highest month under President Trump. For 3 years, House Republicans have passed good legislation that would actually secure the southern border and have urged President Biden to work with us on the border crisis, and we've been met with silence. President Biden, wake up. Just this week, CBP and FBI arrested eight men with ISIS ties in New York, LA, and Philadelphia, who all entered the country through Biden's wide-open southern border. We can't keep pretending this is normal. We need to secure our border now. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the exceptional career of Schuylerville resident Colonel Richard Goldenberg as he retires from the U.S. Army National Guard after 36 years of distinguished service. In his 13 years as the Public Information Officer for the New York State Division of Military and Naval Affairs, he has been the steadfast voice of more than 20,000 men and women serving in the New York National Guard, the Naval Militia, and the New York Guard, where his leadership in community relations and strategic information support has been vital during overseas deployments and disaster response missions. But Colonel Goldenberg's impact on our capital region has extended well beyond his service in the National Guard. As adjutant of Jewish War Veterans Post 105 and commander of the Jewish War Veterans Capital District Council, he has honored a legacy of service and brotherhood, presenting the annual Four Chaplains Brotherhood Award. And Colonel Goldenberg has also been a cherished partner in our efforts to honor veterans, joining me in seeing off hundreds of Capital Region veterans on honor flights to Washington, D.C. Colonel Goldenberg, your legacy of service, leadership, and dedication will continue to inspire each and every one of us. Congratulations on a well-deserved retirement, and Godspeed, Colonel. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. On June 16th, the Northwest Youth Corps will celebrate its 40th anniversary. This program, which is headquartered in my district, is the largest conservation corps program in the Northwest. For over 4 decades, it's given over 27,000 teenagers and young adults the opportunity to participate in conservation stewardship in Oregon, Idaho, and Washington State. These teenagers and young adults work to improve our lands and waters, which helps to reduce the potential for catastrophic wildfires and maintain our outdoor recreational assets. The Northwest Youth Corps, which is well known nationally for its innovation and quality, was recently awarded $12 million from the Inflation Reduction Act to improve urban tree canopies and make urban forests more resilient to climate change across the Northwest. I'm proud to celebrate the Northwest Youth Corps on their anniversary and look forward to their continued contributions in our local communities and our forests for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Juan Jose Johnny Canales, a legend of Tejano music who died on Thursday at the age of 77. Johnny was a champion for civil rights, an advocate for veterans, and a musician in his own right, but he was best known as the host of the Johnny Canales Show, a bilingual variety show that ran for decades in the United States and Latin America. It helped launch the careers of countless Tejano stars, including Selena Quintanilla, who made one of her first live TV performances on the show in 1985. To his loyal fans, Johnny was best known for his catchphrase, "You got it, take it away," the words of encouragement he would share with all the performers who joined him on stage. Johnny, you will always be remembered, especially among your loyal fans in South Texas. Que descanse en paz, Johnny. Rest in peace. Now yield back, Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Salem High School class of 1944 and congratulate them on a successful 80th reunion. This incredible group of Oregonians holds a Guinness World Record for the longest-running high school reunion, which usually takes place at their favorite Denny's restaurant in Southeast Salem, Oregon. Their determination and school spirit are admirable. This is a class that grew up in the shadow of the Great Depression and held its commencement just 5 days before Allied troops stormed the shores of Normandy on D-Day. This is a generation, America's greatest generation, that has witnessed some of the highest and lowest points of our nation's history. They've lived through times of war and peace, raised families during economic booms and downturns, and watched the tides of change sweep over our country. And through it all, they still found time to come together to remember their roots and celebrate their bonds. That's a special kind of fellowship you don't often see today. So again, congratulations to the Salem High School class of 1994. Here's to many more years of great memories and even stronger friendships. You make our community proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the person who occupied the White House for 4 years before President Biden returned to Washington for the first time since he left. Since that time, he's been found guilty of sexual abuse with E. Jean Carroll, and he's been found in defamation of E. Jean Carroll on 2 different occasions for nearly $100 million. He's been found to be fraudulently projecting his income and liabilities in his businesses in New York and state, and to the tune of about $480 million civil judgment. He's also been found guilty of a felony in New York State 34 times. But also, what he did before he left was he led an assault on this Capitol, on this government. I was up there on the balcony when they were beating on the doors, and we were told to get out for our lives and put on gas masks. Gunfire was in this room. 4 officers were killed or died because of that insurrection against our government. Trump didn't come here to apologize to the Capitol Police, which he should have, put their lives on the line. It's unfortunate. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of president. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 14th, 2024. I hereby designate the period from Friday, June 14th, 2024 through Monday, June 24th, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And still I rise today to address a topic of concern to a good many Americans. In my opinion, it should be of concern to all Americans, and that is the right to peacefully protest, the right to protest. I am a person who has engaged in peaceful protest. I look forward to engaging in peaceful protest in the future. But I'd like to just talk about what this really means when we talk about peaceful protest. We've reached a point where it's not enough just to say peaceful protest. You have to add some additional verbiage. So today I will talk about nonviolent peaceful protest, nonviolent hate-free peaceful protest. I would not engage in peaceful protest where hate is a part of the verbiage that's being utilized. I believe in peaceful protest, but I don't believe in bringing hate to the protest movement. I believe in nonviolent, peaceful hate-free protest. And I'm going to share one example of protest that I absolutely disagree with, because it is not nonviolent, peaceful, hate-free protest. I am amazed at what I saw and what I have read as it relates to this. I first saw it on television, and I was stunned, shocked, thunderstruck. I have since read a news story about it, which I shall share excerpts with you that relate to this protest that was taking place. Remember, I'm the guy who believes in protest. I've been to jail for protesting, which means I broke the law. When you break the law and you're protesting, you have to be prepared to suffer the consequences. I and John Lewis, on multiple occasions, protested, and we broke the law, and we went to jail, and we suffered the consequences. So if you're going to protest, be prepared to suffer the consequences. Be prepared, if you're going to jail, to bail yourself out of jail. But some protest movements have gone too far. I hope that this will help some of us to better understand what peaceful protest is all about. I have an article in my hands. This article is from ABC News, dated June 13th, 2024. June 13th, 2024. Recent news. The style of it is Gaza war protests denounced by NYC, that would be New York City, NYC leaders as anti-Semitic after subway car threat chant vandalism. And it reads in part, I'm not reading it in toto, but it reads in part, the New York Police Department said Thursday that they are working to identify the masked leader of a call and response chant by protesters on a crowded Manhattan subway car on Monday. The chant asked Zionists to identify themselves. Video surfaced Wednesday of the incident on a Brooklyn-bound subway train that was halted with its doors open at the Union Square station in Manhattan. Quote, repeat after me. Raise your hands if you're a Zionist. I would not want someone to say, raise your hand if you're an African American. Raise your hand if you're a female. Raise your hand if you're a part of the LGBTQ plus community. Raise your hand if you're a Muslim or if you're an Asian. I would not want a person to say that on a subway car and then continue with what I'm about to read. Repeat after me, it says. Raise your hands if you're a Zionist. The leader, wearing sunglasses and a traditional Palestinian keffiyeh scarf. I have one of these scarves, by the way. There's nothing wrong with having such a scarf. The leader had this scarf, which has become a symbol of pro-Palestinian resistance, is heard repeatedly saying in the video, adding, this is your chance to get out. I wouldn't want someone to say, raise your hand if you're an African American, and then go on to say, this is your chance to get out, to get off the car. Goes on to read, and this is a quote, okay, no Zionists, we're good. The leader is then heard saying, this is anti-Semitic. If he had said, raise your hand if you're a black person, it would be racist. If he had said, raise your hand if you're a Muslim, it would be anti-Islam, which can be said to be Islamophobic. Raise your hands if you're Asian. That's anti-Asian if you go on to say these other things. This is not the kind of nonviolent, peaceful, hate-free protest that I would engage in and that I would ever support. I denounce this. This is hate. We cannot have legitimate, nonviolent protest movements if we inject hate into the movement. We've got to do it void of hate and void of violence. I am absolutely opposed to what was done, and I want those persons to know that they are hurting the protest movement by doing what they're doing. You can protest your disdain for what's happening in Palestine without injecting hate into it. You've got every right to protest what's happening in Palestine. I have protested what's happening there. But you don't do it with hate and you don't do it with violence. You do it peacefully. And if you decide that you're going to do as what John Lewis called get in the way, you get in the way, but you know that there are consequences if you get in the way and you are arrested. We got in the way by getting in the street. And we were told that if you don't move, you're going to be arrested. You're impeding traffic. We didn't move. We were arrested. We went to a place of incarceration. We eventually posted our bond. We were released. We paid a fine. I was prepared to suffer the consequences. You cannot engage in violence in the protest movement and expect it to receive positive coverage. The coverage is going to be negative if you engage in violence, and the coverage is going to be negative if you engage in hate speech. You are hurting the movement. You are hurting those who are peacefully protesting in a nonviolent fashion without hate speech. Protest if you will, but do it in such a way as not to hurt the protest movement itself, which I support. I support the protest movement. I don't support hate within the movement. I support saying to the world that you don't think what's happening in terms of the killing of the babies in Gaza to be something that is acceptable. Now, that's my language, and there's other language that's acceptable. But you cannot do it, in my opinion, and expect a positive response if you do it with violence or hate speech. We in this country understand that the country was founded to a certain extent on protest. The Pilgrims were protesting, and they came to this country, brought their movement with them. When the farmers came to Washington, D.C. with their tractors protesting, it was perfectly legitimate protest, acceptable. Nonviolent, peaceful, hate-free protest is acceptable. And I would ask the news medium, all of those various outlets that cover these protests, cover some of the protests that are positive. Present them. Let the world know that not everybody is engaging in hate speech. Not everybody is anti-Semitic that's protesting. Not everybody is violent that's protesting. Let the world know that there is peaceful, nonviolent, hate-free protest taking place in this country. I'm asking you to do this, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, Fox. Cover some of the positive protest movement, positive in the sense that there is no violence and no hate speech. When you don't do that, when you fail to cover those protest movements, you are then in covering the protest movements that are filled with violence and hate speech, you are then showing the world what might appear to be only that type of protest taking place in this country. And that is not the case. There are many protest movements that have taken place that were nonviolent, hate-free protests. We ought not allow ourselves to believe that only hateful protest movements are taking place. And there are many protests where some one or two people, some outsiders will intrude, interlopers. And these interlopers intrude and they then engage in hateful messaging or they engage in some sort of violence. But that shouldn't taint all of the other persons, perhaps the hundreds of persons who are protesting without violence and hate speech. Cover them fairly. Say that there were these handful or this number, whatever it is. But be fair to the many people who are there and are protesting without hate and without violence. I'm asking the news media to please do this. Let other people see in the world that we protest in this country and we do it without violence and we do it without hate speech. I think that I can give evidence of what I speak. We had in Houston, Texas, an event to have a candlelight, if you will, a candlelight ceremony to memorialize the lives of persons who lost their lives in Gaza. And we had a packed house. We had some debate. There was no hate speech, and there was no violence, and there was no coverage. No coverage. Now, I have seen multiple protests concerning what happened on October 7th, and that merits being protested. I support that, protesting it. What happened was horrific. We ought to protest that. And when that is protested, I have seen it covered, positive news coverage. Well, there are two sides to this when you get to the things that have happened since October 7th and all that has happened in Gaza with the destruction of schools, the destruction of hospitals, of roads, of bridges, of homes. With all of this destruction, it is not unreasonable for some people to conclude that this ought to be something worthy of protestation. So when this occurs and there is no violence, no hate speech, I challenge the news media to cover it too, just as you cover those who protest what happened on October 7th, and I'm among those who would do so. October 7th was a horrific day in infamy. So let us be fair in the coverage, and let us, those who are protesting, understand that if there's a person among your protest movement who is out of line, who is being hateful, if there's a person who is being violent, we in the 60s, when we were protesting, we would meet before the protests would start, and we would agree on certain things. One, we wouldn't be violent. And if someone should do something to indicate some degree of violence, we would turn to that person and point and say, "Not with us." We would remove that person from the protest. Not with us. Not with us. And let the police take him away. and we continue with our peaceful protest. It is important to have free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom to protest. That's what this country was founded on to a great extent, and we want to maintain it. And to do it, I think the news media has a role, and that is to present fair coverage of these protest movements. And I think that the people who are protesting have a role. Your role is to say to the world that we are here to have a peaceful, nonviolent, hate-free protest. I think you should be able to simply say to peacefully protest, and it should incorporate these other things. But you can say it all. And those who act in a violent way are not with us. Say it before you start the protest. They're not with us. Anybody who says something that's racist, anti-Semitic, sexist, Islamophobia, utilizing Islamophobia, behaving in an Islamophobic way, anti-Islamic, anti-Asian, announce they're not with us. And we don't want them to be a part of this. And if you got a sign that says it, take your sign someplace else. That's not for this movement. That's your job if you are a part of the protest movement and you're a leader. And finally, be prepared. Be prepared to suffer the consequences. Be prepared. We would, if arrested, not resist. That's another charge. You arrest, don't resist if you're arrested. And remember this, those who tolerate hate perpetuate hate. If you're going to tolerate hate, you're going to perpetuate it. The persons who are actually behaving in a hateful fashion are perpetrating, and if you tolerate it, you're perpetuating. We cannot tolerate hate. Now, do I expect people to denounce everything hateful that's said? Impossible to do. But there are things that you can select in your own way that you want to denounce, as I am today. Do that. You can be selective. It is impossible to denounce all of the hate in the world. I wish we could, except for saying, I denounce all hate in the world. Okay, I've said that. But when you get to the specificities, it's impossible to denounce every specific act of hate. But I'm denouncing today what happened in New York on that subway when people were singled out. You don't do that. Not in this America. You shouldn't. And if you do it, then you're going to be labeled as anti-Semitic. And there's nothing unfair about that label being placed on you if you behave in the fashion that I have articulated earlier. Those who tolerate hate perpetuate hate. Those who tolerate hate perpetuate hate. I'm proud to know that there are persons from the New York delegation. There were other incidents that occurred, and there are persons from the New York delegation who spoke up and indicated that there was anti-Semitic activity taking place. And I'm very proud of them. Majority Leader Schumer spoke up on the floor denouncing the hate. Representative Ocasio-Cortez spoke up denouncing the hate. Our minority leader here in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, spoke up denouncing the hate. I don't expect them to speak up every time something happens. I appreciate what they've done this time, but I don't expect them to speak up every time. But I do hope that as we move forward, we will not allow one side of the protest movement, which is obviously distasteful, to be continually publicized to the extent that it gives the image to those who don't know better that all of the protest movements are about hate and violence, because this is not the case. I support peaceful, nonviolent, hate-free protest, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I'm going to yield the first 5 minutes to my good friend, Marionette Miller Meeks from Iowa.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, Representative Grothman, for yielding me time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Women's Veterans Recognition Day, which is the anniversary of President Truman's signing of the Women's Armed Forces Integration Act, which allowed for the first time women to serve as regular members of the military. While only about 1 in 6 of the Americans serving in the armed forces are women, they are responsible for some of the most important accomplishments in military history. Whether it's the Hello Girls from World War I who connected the U.S. military's communications in imperative ways, the thousands of volunteer nurses who saved the lives in the Vietnam War, or the hundreds of thousands of women currently in active service, women in the military are playing an active role in ensuring the safety of our nation, and I was one of those as a 24-year Army veteran. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating all the brave women who have put their lives on the line for this incredible nation we call home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of one of my constituents, Ronald Kanoki, for being named a 2024 Top 10 Public Works Leader of the Year by the American Public Works Association. As the most prestigious national award in the public works profession, Ron and the other honorees are recognized for their professionalism, expertise, and personal dedication to improving the quality of life in their communities through the advancement of public works services during their career. Kanoki has served as Iowa City for 25 years. He joined the city as a civil engineer in 1999, was promoted to senior engineer in 2001, and to city engineer in 2003. In 2015, Kanoki was promoted to the Public Works Director. In this role, Kanoki oversees the city's engineering, equipment, resource management, streets, wastewater, and water divisions. Congratulations, Ron. We are very proud of you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Johnson County, Iowa engineer Greg Parker on being named the 2024 Urban County Engineer of the Year by the National Association of County Engineers. Mr. Parker's career has spanned 40 years and earned him a reputation of being a national authority on pavement reconstruction. Mr. Parker and the Johnson County Secondary Roads Department are responsible for 950 miles of county highways and 213 bridges and infrastructure they contain. As the department director, Mr. Parker oversees construction and year-round maintenance with 50 employees. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Greg Parker for winning this award and wishing him all the best as he continues to pave the way for all Iowans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 7 amazing Peace Corps volunteers from Iowa's 1st District who are currently serving worldwide on behalf of our great nation by freely providing their various skill sets, such as healthcare, education, and peacekeeping in the world's developing nations. These volunteers are on the front lines of ensuring a better world for all of us. Despite the stresses and tribulations the job may provide, these 7 heroes have a true unending passion for helping people. Furthermore, I'd like to specifically congratulate 2 of our Peace Corps volunteers from Iowa's 1st Congressional District, Catherine Peck and Kent Rice, for completing their tenure in the Dominican Republic on May 17, 2024, and returning home to Iowa. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating these incredible Peace Corps volunteers and wish them the best on their continued journeys. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague, Representative Grothman, for yielding me time.
Thank you. gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for the balance of his time.
Thank you. The first issue I'd like to take up this afternoon that has not received anywhere near the discussion it demands in this chamber concerns the month of June. And as everybody knows, June is Dairy Month in the United States of America. The number one dairy product, which most milk goes for in this country, is by a mile cheese. And the number one cheese producing state in the country is in Wisconsin, and the number one district for dairy farms happens to be the 6th Wisconsin district. In any event, there are very things for good as you as cheese, and Wisconsin cheese is the best. This was proven once again in the 35th Annual World Champion Cheese Contest, which is the most respected and honored technical cheese and butter competition in the world. Earlier this year, Wisconsin cheesemakers demonstrated their exceptional craftsmanship, earning 117 cheese awards, more awards than the combined total of the subsequent 6th highest earning countries. Wisconsin cheesemaking heritage goes back more than 180 years. The state is home to 1,200 licensed cheesemakers who produce more than 600 varieties. Sometimes, if you come to Wisconsin, spend an evening driving around the countryside, and you will see many cheesemakers open and working past midnight. Today, please pick up some delicious Wisconsin cheese and enjoy it no matter which type you prefer. Be it purchasing it from the Cascade Cheese Company, Cedar Valley, Gibbsville, Grande Cheese, Henning Cheese, Baker Cheese, Lack Brothers Cheese, Masters Gallery, LeClaire, Sargento, Sartori, Pine River, Union Star, Willow Creek, or Widmer's Cheese out of Teresa. They're all great. And again, whether you buy provolone, mozzarella, Colby, sharp cheddar, they're all tremendous. So I would like to one more time thank the wonderful cheesemakers in Wisconsin for making Wisconsin America's dairyland. The second issue that we have to discuss today, and it's been discussed just about every week, but we still don't discuss it enough, is the number one issue facing America today, and that is the people flowing across the southern border. Our office has been in contact with the Border Patrol. They do not see any change in the people coming across the border. I want to remind people in the last month for which we have statistics, and the press should be waiting for the next month's numbers to come out. In April, we were at 205,000 migrants remaining on the interior, and that's before you count another 30,000 paroled from Cuba, Haiti, and Central America. So, an all-time record for that month. With it, as always, comes about 9,000 unaccompanied minors. I mean, if we found an unaccompanied 12-year-old running around the street at night, we'd think that was a scandal. But every month we let another 8,000 or 9,000 unaccompanied minors come into this country. So I call upon the press corps to finally report the number of people who come across this May and make a guess at the number of additional who are being paroled. A year ago in May, we were at 196,000. Now what you have to do is you have to take the official number, add up the gotaways, and then you should add up those paroled to see where we stand this year. But when it comes out, it should be a banner headline and something that all Americans should be deeply concerned about. Whether you're talking about illegals committing crimes, whether they're putting pressure on local budgets at the school board, whether they're changing the culture of America. Because I think worldwide, most people do not have the respect and love for freedom that we do in this country. But for whatever purpose, this is a real tragedy and something that's going to permanently change America. So I beg the press corps to give us a banner headline and see where this May's figures line up with, or the May figures line up with those of a year ago. Thank you. The next issue that hasn't been talked about anywhere near enough concerns what's going on in the Middle East. You know, one more time when I leave here today, I'm going to see protesters saying that the Arabs who live in Gaza, they call them Palestinians, need their own country. and they're living in some sort of horrible situation in a country. Even though Israelis don't live there, Israelis have ultimate control over the Gaza Strip. In a report, which was in a story that was underreported, but we all should be aware of, recently another agreement was reached with Israel and another country around the world to bring more people, non-Jewish people, into Israel to perform work in this wonderful country. I have had the privilege to go to Israel. I've seen what they've done at their border along the Jordan River, about all the immigration that happens, about all the industry that's going on there. But in any event, it appears as though under a recent agreement, immediately 2,000 people from Ecuador on the other side of the world are agreeing to come to Israel to work. And under this agreement, there is a hope that eventually they'll work their way to 25,000 people from Ecuador coming to Israel. Now, that is in addition to a sea of other people who are already there. From India, from Thailand, from Philippines, from China, from Nepal, from Sri Lanka, from Moldova, from Malawi, from Kenya, all around the globe, people are coming to Israel to work. Nevertheless, there's some malcontents in this country who feel that it is difficult living in a country adjacent to Israel, a country in which, by the way, people in Gaza, many of them had an opportunity to work in Israel where they were making better wages, probably safer jobs than almost anywhere else in the Arab world. I hope, I haven't seen it anywhere in the newspaper, I hope the press picks up on this story that 25,000 people from Ecuador are hopeful to come to this country. Israel in so many ways reminds me of the United States, right? In the United States, we have hundreds of thousands of people crossing the southern border. We have just a little bit shy of 1 million people being legally sworn in to becoming new citizens in America every year from all over the globe. Nevertheless, we have people in this chamber, actually earlier today, making a claim that America is a horrible racist country and we have to do something to fundamentally change it because it's so bad. So just like people make fun of this country when the whole rest of the world would rather live here apparently than everywhere else, I hope the press picks up the point that we have people from all around the globe coming to Israel, that another 25,000 people from Ecuador want to come here, and that would give an indication what it's really like to live in Israel, even from countries that are not primarily Jewish. Now, we're going to pick up another story that I think probably the border right now is the number one issue that the United States has to deal with. But under normal circumstances, when I talk to people back home, they tell me that things in America are getting worse, particularly when you get my age, when you get up to 60, 65. They feel that when they were growing up, America was a better nation, and they wonder what happened. And when I ask them why they think it's a better nation, they hesitate for a minute, but finally they say, I think we've had a breakdown in the family, okay? And it's true, particularly when you get to older people. We went from in 1960, about 95% of the newborn births had both a mother and father at home, to more recently, only about 60% had a mother and father at home. So we've had a dramatic decrease in the number of children born without a mother and father. Now, any type of family can be successful, but common sense and the statistics will tell you it would be nicer if you had a father at home. Nevertheless, we're going the opposite direction. Now, you may say, Glenn, why are you even wasting time on that? Everybody's for the old-fashioned family. I mean, why do you spend time on that? And actually, if you look, there have been people who over a period of time have felt that the road to paradise necessarily means getting rid of the nuclear family. We know Karl Marx himself, which is still studied in our universities. Karl Marx was opposed to what he referred to as the bourgeois family, and he felt it would vanish as a matter of course when its will vanish when capital disappears. He believes the only reason for the family is because we have private property, and that served as the basis for traditional marriage, which it didn't. But in any event, Karl Marx did want to get rid of the nuclear family. Now, we look forward, and did anybody else carry this odious thing? Is it just a guy who died almost without family, not missed at the time he passed away? No. I think we have to turn to the 1960s when we started the Great Welfare, the Great Society of Lyndon Johnson. And at that time, there were some leaders who were very common to anybody who lived through that area who did want to get rid of the family. The first person I'll mention is Kate Millay. Maybe some people aren't there familiar with Kate Millay. She was one of the primary feminists during the 1960s. And I bet to this day, most Americans are under the mistaken impression that people like Kate Millay were a force for good. But actually, Kate Millay, we should all be aware, was another person who wanted to, quote, destroy the American family. In a back and forth with one of her audiences, she demanded, how do we make a cultural revolution? And she felt we needed a cultural revolution. And her followers said, by destroying the American family. And she said, how do we destroy the American family? By destroying the American patriarch. In other words, by getting the man out of the family. So in the 1960s, one of the most prominent feminists, Kate Millay, and her comments were echoed by others, felt she had to destroy the American family. At the same time, we had a Black Power movement, which I don't think was embraced by the vast majority of Black Americans, but it did exist, and one of the primary leaders of that Black Power movement was Angela Davis, and anybody who lived in the 1970s remembers that name. And what was Angela Davis for? She wanted to one of the things she was for, she wanted to get rid of the family-based structure of oppression. In other words, she as well felt a mother and father at home raising their children was a form of oppression. Women must be liberated from the drudgery of full-time child-rearing. And she was given a great job at San Diego, I believe it was San Diego State University, where the left made sure she had a nice job for the rest of her life, even though she participated or abetted murders that took place in California at the time. So we have to remember that one of the things that Angela Davis wanted, I guess she's primarily remembered for being Black, but she also wanted to get rid of the nuclear family. More recently, we have had, now, how could one get rid of the family? I think Lyndon Johnson, at a time when these radicals were flying high, hit upon it by introducing a lot of subsidies in America as part of his Great Society. And in order to get these societies, not always, but almost always, you could not have a mother and father together. Because if you had a mother and father together, you'd be earning enough money that you wouldn't be considered in poverty. But once you were in poverty, you were eligible for a variety of government subsidies that you wouldn't get if you had a mother and father at home, and let's say that father was making, say in today's income, $50,000 or $60,000. Whether it's food stamps, whether it's low-income housing, whether it's daycare, whether it was at the time AFDC, whether it was a hugely poorly done subsidy, the Earned Income Tax Credit, which kicked in the 1990s. All of these benefits were conditioned upon not having a man in the household earning a decent income. There were probably some exceptions, and my detractors will point out somewhere a mother and father and kids at home that get these subsidies. But by and large, they were subsidies not available to a family with a man and woman who both worked, or with one of the two working and making a decent wage. Now, in this budget that President Biden has put forth, we have a variety of new programs, almost all of which are adding to the marriage penalty that the Great Society ushered in. And by the way, when you look at that marriage penalty, it varies from person to person depending how many jobs they took up. It varies depending upon their income, whether you're not working at all, whether you're making $14,000 or $15,000 a year. There's usually a huge medical benefit as well. But what do we do in light of this, of all these programs? And Robert Rector, who's an expert on this field, believes there are 78 programs that all are working towards a marriage penalty, all working towards the world that Kate Millay or Angela Davis or Karl Marx were looking for. And by the time you got done, it could be 15, it could be 20, it could be 25, it could be $30,000 that you would lose if you were a married couple as opposed to having a single person raising the children at home. Now, you would think that ultimately people would wake up and look at all the, in general, not in every case, but in general, possible problems that we had with the government encouraging not having two people working in the home. By the way, another one I should point out is something called Pell Grants. Pell Grants are grants that go to children if they can say the custodial parent is in poverty. They might have a father making $100,000 a year, who knows, but Pell Grants is another program kind of pushing in that direction. I'll repeat an anecdote I've talked about before, but before we expand Pell Grants, we ought to think about it. I used to talk about the marriage penalty about 12 years ago in Wisconsin at a variety of tea parties. And I would go through all the programs that you got, provided you didn't get married and had a low income. I talked to a young woman afterwards who was in the audience. I had been talking to a Tea Party group, and anybody familiar with the Tea Party at the time were largely a bunch of people over 60 years old. But we had a young gal who was there tending bar in the room where I gave the talk. I'm guessing she was 25 years old. And I asked her what she thought about this marriage penalty and all these programs. And she told me, well, me and my husband, we got married before we had a child. But she said, none of my friends are getting married, they get free college. And that was kind of my introduction to Pell Grants, in which the government, for whatever reason, has decided to say that if you are not married to someone with an income, you are eligible to go to college, as well as your children may be eligible as well to get Pell Grants, well as the middle-class kid, the kid who's raised by a couple who maybe has a middle-class income. They may not be able to afford college for the kid. That kid's got to take out student loan debt. But again, Pell Grants, another program kind of designed to push America more towards the paradise that some of these people, their so-called paradise, in which we do not have a mother and father at home. In any event, in President Biden's budget, he wants to expand government daycare, expand the earned income tax credit, which can easily give you $6,000 or $10,000 if you have a couple of kids, provided you don't have two parents working or anybody making more than $16,000. I should point out that all these programs not only discourage marriage, they discourage work. Because usually, to get the most out of these programs, you want to work and make $14,000 or $15,000 or $16,000, but you sure don't want to make $40,000 or $50,000 because they'll take away your benefits. He wants more housing subsidies as opposed to, staying with mom. He wants to expand these Pell Grants that I just talked about. So I encourage my Republican colleagues to stand up against President Biden's goal of further subsidizing and further trying to break down the old-fashioned family. By the way, I mentioned all the people whose goal it was to get rid of the nuclear family. I should include Black Lives Matter in that group that wanted to get rid of the so-called Western prescribed nuclear family, which is really not Western. It happened all around the world. But that is a more recent group that had as one of its goals, Black Lives Matter, to get rid of the nuclear family. So I encourage my colleagues to stand up to President Biden's goal of further taxing the middle class or taxing certain groups to further promote or subsidize the idea of raising families without both parents in the home. In any event, these are stories I wish the press would cover. This marriage penalty has been going on for 70 years, 60 years, I would say, 60 years, yes, 60 years. And whenever I talk about it, nobody's heard of it. Where is the press corps? They ought to be talking about the huge penalty. And again, when I get back to my district, I find young people saying, we're not getting married because we lose the benefits. So let's have the press corps pick up on that. Let's have the press corps pick up on why Ecuador wants to send 25,000 people halfway around the globe to work in Israel, and they can ponder if things are that tough. And these people protesting out here on Independence Avenue should also consider whether or not it's so tough living in Israel when actually it's a paradise, people coming all around the globe. The next thing that I want the press to pick up on is you should be waiting every day when we get the new figures on the number of people who came across our southern border in May and report, are we getting another all-time record for May or not? I know I'm going to have to probably pick it up from some obscure government website because, again, our press corps is asleep at the switch at the issue of the decade. And finally, if we want a little upbeat thing that the press corps has not paid enough attention to, remember, June is Dairy Month. Go home and have some cheese. Thank you.
So, gentlemen, yield back.
Motion.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman, Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last month, the United Nations Security Council had a moment of silence in memory of the death of the late Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi, known as the Butcher of Tehran. And even on the Senate floor, the Senate chaplain said something sorrowful about Mr. Raisi's death. The death of any human being is a tragedy, perhaps, but no one had a moment of silence when Osama bin Laden died, and Ibrahim Raisi killed far more people than Osama bin Laden. At some point, we should take a moment of silence to remember the victims of Raisi's vicious cruelty, such as the 30,000 Iranian political prisoners who were tortured and murdered to death by the death commissions that Raisi headed back in 1988, or the 1,500 Iranian freedom protesters murdered in 2019, Bloody November, to the murders of potentially thousands of protesters who were incensed by the death of a young woman, Mahsa Amini, in September of 2022. Mahsa Amini was beaten and died in custody. Her crime? not wearing her hijab just the way the morality police thought was appropriate. Among those murdered by Raisi's regime during the Women Life Freedom Uprising was 16-year-old protester Nika Shakrami. In April of this year, the BBC did an investigation and discovered documents that showed that Nika was heinously sexually assaulted and killed by 3 men from Iran's security forces after she was detained. And today, many brave Iranians face the death penalty for just speaking out in favor of the woman life freedom movement and speaking out for democracy in Iran. Just recently, we saw the rapper Tumaj, a critic of this regime, who on April 30th was sentenced to death. During the last year, Iran admits to having executed 853 people, the highest number in 8 years, and that doesn't count all those killed secretly. And I've referred only to the evil that this regime does to its own people. Iran, as we know, sponsors terrorist organizations around the world, including the Houthi, Hamas, and Hezbollah, and those are just the organizations that begin with the letter H. The evil done by Hamas, I think, is well known, but one should reflect on all those killed in Yemen by the Houthi, and now their action blockading the Red Sea raises prices of grain for poor people living near the Indian Ocean, from Bangladesh to Ethiopia, raising prices and leading, if not to starvation, to the compromised immune system that then leads to thousands and thousands of deaths. I'm proud to represent California's 32nd Congressional District, home, I believe, to more Iranian Americans than any other district in this country. I know firsthand from talking to them their opposition to the murderous Islamic Republic regime and their troubled reaction when they saw Ebrahim Raisi mourned without his victims even being remembered. The brave Iranian people deserve a moment of silence, not for the butcher of Tehran, but for those he butchered. And so I ask, Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent that this House observe a moment of silence for those killed at the hands and under the presidency of Ebrahim Raisi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the past 4 years, I've been working on the Peace on the Korea Peninsula Act, designed to try to move us in the direction of a negotiated settlement with North Korea. The war stopped, or seemed to stop, in 1953, but that was just an armistice. It is now time to negotiate a formal peace treaty. There are those that say that's an unwarranted concession to North Korea and Kim Jong-un. That is hardly the case. The armistice of 1953 was done by both sides and was equal. If an armistice is not an unwarranted concession, neither is a former peace treaty. There is majority support in the South Korean parliament for ending this war formally, and I believe it would be a first step to negotiating a solution to North Korea's very dangerous nuclear and missile program. We currently have 41 and growing number of co-sponsors in the United States, here in the House of Representatives. There is support for this effort in Canada and Britain, and as I mentioned, in Seoul. I'm proud to represent a large and vibrant Korean American community, and I look forward to being able to take a step toward a rapprochement with North Korea, knowing full well that dealing with its nuclear program and its deprivation of human rights will be daunting tasks. Mr. Speaker, due to redistricting just last year, I now represent what I believe is the largest veterans facility in the West, the West Los Angeles VA. And I've discovered a problem that should strike at the hearts of all of us. Not discovered, but seen exemplified in my own district in large quantity, and that is homeless veterans. To see any American out on the street is a shame, but when that American has put their life on the line for this country, it is a shame that we need to correct. This Congress has provided significant money to build housing for veterans. We need to do more. But I want to focus on one particular problem with the HUD-VASH program that we fund. It sets a limit on the income that a veteran can have, and it is understanding we're building this housing for low-income veterans. But included in that income calculation are disability benefits. So we have a situation right in my district where disabled American veterans are living on the streets and can't get into veterans housing on veterans land because they're receiving veterans disability benefits for the disabilities they suffered in our service, in the service of the American people. And so I've proposed legislation which passed unanimously, 49-0, through the Financial Services Committee, to say that disability benefits not be included in that income calculation. Two things to be aware of. First, you can calculate the income of a disabled veteran, but what you must keep in mind is that they face higher expenses. They have to live a different life. And that additional income or payments that they receive does not mean that they are middle class or wealthy. Second, our Internal Revenue Code already recognizes that disability payments received by veterans is not counted as income. And finally, the people who I think would most benefit from housing on the VA campus, where we have the largest VA hospital in the Southern California area, are the disabled veterans who need the medical care. I hope that my colleagues will join in co-sponsoring and supporting this legislation. I wish to congratulate the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, known as VICA, for 75 years of working tirelessly to make the San Fernando Valley the place to do business in California. VICA serves 1.8 million residents, nearly 250,000 businesses, and VICA has been a leading voice for the business community since 1949. Under the leadership of President Stuart Waldman and Chair Lupita Sanchez Cornejo, VICA has helped the Valley become an economic engine that has powered the recovery from the COVID downturn for the entire area of Los Angeles. Whether advocating for a better business climate, improved regional infrastructure, a 21st century workforce, VICA has left its mark. Congratulations to VICA on this 75th anniversary. I look forward to working with VICA day after day, month after month, as I have in my 28 years in Congress. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the life of Maury Markoff, and what a life it was. Maury was a well-known resident of Los Angeles and the father of my good and longtime friend Stephen Markoff and Steve's sister Judith Markoff Hansen. Maury lived to be the oldest man in the United States, reaching the age of 110, before passing away in his Southern California home on June 3rd of this year. Maury grew up in New York City, attended trade school, married the love of his life, Betty Goldschmitz, and settled in Los Angeles. Maury was a skilled machinist, businessman, artist, and author. He was not just someone who lived to an incredibly advanced age. He was famous for his cognitive abilities late in life. He held his first art exhibit as a centenarian. At age 103, Maury was selling his book, Keep Breathing, a good idea, from his own booth at the LA Times Book Festival. And he was known as the world's oldest blogger. Maury witnessed tremendous social and technological changes in 110 years. He inspired so many of us to live life to the fullest. Los Angeles reflects with pride on the life of Maury Markoff. Mr. Speaker, Jewish Americans are facing a tide of hate in this country that we thought could only be in a different century on a different continent. U.S. anti-Semitic incidences have skyrocketed 360% since October 7th. Between October 7th and January 7th alone, the Anti-Defamation League has recorded 3,283 anti-Semitic incidents, including harassment, vandalism, physical assaults. And just outside of my district, Paul Kessler was bludgeoned in the head and bludgeoned to death by an anti-Israel protester. Recent polling from the American Jewish Committee found that 93% of Jews in this country think that anti-Semitism is a problem, and 87% think that it's gotten worse since October 7th. Yet some refuse to listen. That especially is happening in campuses across this country. Too often, university administrators have failed to protect their Jewish students. At Columbia University, leaked text messages show how administrators were mocking a panel on anti-Semitism while it was happening. At Yale, a Jewish student was assaulted by encampment protesters. At Reed College, a Jewish students had their mezuzah torn down and were struck with a rock through their dorm room. Just this week, a man was arrested for throwing a rock in the face of a Jewish Columbia student. The list goes on and on. Now, you can't fight anti-Semitism, particularly on campuses, if you can't define it. And so many are engaging in anti-Semitism and claiming that it's not anti-Semitism. If you are dedicated to fighting it, you have to define it. America should use the same standard for evaluating its own campuses that the State Department has been using for a decade and a half in looking at global anti-Semitism. The same standard that we use in criticizing or evaluating the University of Bucharest should be used for Columbia University. That is the IHRA definition. And the most controversial part of that definition says that when you call for the expulsion or death of every Jew living between the river and the sea, that is anti-Semitic. That shouldn't even be in question. If, God forbid, a member were to come to this floor, grab this microphone, and shout, "Death to Albania," Would anyone doubt that that member was anti-Albanian? When you call for the destruction and ethnic cleansing of the only Jewish majority country in the world, is there any doubt that that is anti-Semitic? Now, there are some that oppose adopting this definition because they say it deals with free speech. Keep in mind, fortunately or unfortunately, homophobic speech, racist speech, and anti-Semitic speech enjoy substantial First Amendment protection. We should adopt a definition of anti-Semitism and then use that to evaluate and use our free speech rights to comment on the anti-Semitic speech being screamed on campuses across this country. Students are entitled to the protection of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That says that you cannot interfere with their education because of their race or national origin. I have battled for 20 years 3 or 4 different administrations' Department of Education, and we now have it clear, as we had it clear, then they revoked it, and then it made it clear again, that Title VI applies to Jewish students. It may say race and national origin, and people can debate whether Judaism and the Jewish people are a people or a national or a religion or a civilization. That issue's been handled. But what campuses have got to do is follow Title VI if they're going to receive any federal aid. And they are not. And their method for ignoring the civil rights law is to refuse to define anti-Semitism. Let us hope that this Department of Education will take its responsibilities seriously, that this Department of Education will go that last step from saying that they're using the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism to say that they actually publish it as their definition of anti-Semitism. That's a slight step. And let us hope that university administrators will protect Jewish students just as the National Guard was used to protect African American students many decades ago when they entered campus. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
Approximately 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there's substantial discussion of cryptocurrencies. It was one of the things that I agreed with Donald Trump on when he tweeted in 2019, back when he was on Twitter, "I am not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money and whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including the drug trade and other illegal activity. We have only one real currency in the U.S., and it is stronger than ever, both dependable and reliable. It is the most dominant currency anywhere in the world, and it will always stay that way. It is called the United States dollar." Donald Trump got it right in 2019 because he hadn't figured out that there was a way to get money by getting it wrong. Since then, he has flip-flopped. He has decided that he likes cryptocurrency. Well, why is that? Well, first, he may have discovered that those who are doing, quote, crypto mining are creating enormous amounts of greenhouse gases. Entire mothballed electric plants have been taken out of mothballs, and these are coal-burning plants, and the entire output of the plant is used to do highly complex calculations in order to mine cryptocurrency. That is to say, whoever does these calculations, the system gives them crypto. So maybe it is the enormous amount of greenhouse gases, but I don't think that's it. What Trump has discovered is that there's an enormous amount of money for him by embracing crypto. But what is crypto? Why does it have a value? And at first blush, it looks like an electronic pet rock. Why does it have value? It's right in the name. It aspires to be a currency. And if it actually became a currency, if you went to the local McDonald's and were told how much a burger cost based on its crypto value, how many hamster coins for an order of fries, then it would be a currency. So those who are investing in crypto mostly are just thinking, oh, I'll buy it now and I'll sell it in a month and it'll go up in value. They have no idea what they're buying, why it would have any value, why anybody else would buy it, except they heard they can make money on it. And there's a constituency for that. A lot of people will make investments without thinking of the consequences. But those in the crypto movement have told us why they've created it. They want to compete with the U.S. dollar in order to make enormous amounts of money themselves and to take from the U.S. dollar its tremendous role as a reserve currency and as an international settlements currency. The effect of that would be to make a mockery out of the sanctions that we impose on Iran and others, and North Korea and others. But what is the market for cryptocurrency? Why does anybody need a new currency? What's the matter with the euro? Hell, what's the matter with the dollar? The dollar is an outstanding currency. It is a medium of exchange, a store of value. But there's a huge market for another one. And that's because dollar transactions can be discovered by American law enforcement. Now, yes, we do have the $100 bill. But big-time drug dealers and big-time tax evaders and big-time human traffickers find it difficult to carry around that many suitcases filled with $100 bills, let alone to try to spend it. And so they need an electronic currency that gives them all the anonymity of a sack full of $100 bills and all the convenience of a 21st century currency. And if it catches on, what are the market? Well, the biggest market, the only market that justifies the current prices that some crypto is getting, is the tax evasion market. Trump's own Commissioner of Internal Revenue, his appointee, testified that there's roughly $1 trillion of uncollected taxes. The vast bulk of that is from very wealthy people who are hiding their income. Now, in order not to pay $1 trillion in taxes, you got to hide $3 trillion of income. And if you hide $3 trillion of income year, after a decade, you've got $10 trillion of assets to hide. That's a lot of assets. You can't put it all in a in a sack full of $100 bills. So they create a currency that meets the needs of the tax evaders. What about the sanction evaders? Does it even better. What about the drug dealers? We've all seen the movies where the toughest problem the big-time drug dealer has is how to deal with all this cash. It solves that problem. And you can tell by the name. They're trying to create a currency. What do they call it? Cryptocurrency. What does that literally mean? Hidden money. So Donald Trump is finding that he can get hundreds of thousands of dollars in contributions, God knows what else he might be taking, from people who see this as an opportunity to create a currency where they're the first owners of it. They create it, they mine it, they already have it. They have over $1 trillion of this, quote, currency, and they got to find somebody who will take it off their hands. And that market won't arise unless they can change the laws of the United States, the security laws, the Know Your Customer, and a host of others in order to compete with the U.S. dollar. And then finally, if they're able, if they are able to do this, bankruptcy laws will be unenforceable. Husbands or wives trying to hide assets from their former spouses will not be detected. And the income tax will become a tax only on wages. Oh, the IRS has your little W-2 form. They know how much you have to pay. But the big-time folks, for them, the income tax will be as much as they feel like paying. So we have to deal with crypto. We also have to deal with the rank hypocrisy of the Republican nominee for president. Finally, as of today, Mr. Trump is 78 years old. Now, both parties have nominated presidential candidates that are older than those that have been nominated any time in history. And there are those who say, well, one is the other's too old. I'll simply say this. It is true, Biden is 3 years older as of today. But Trump is 83 pounds heavier. And if you were a life insurance agent, perhaps you wouldn't want to sell a policy. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of the President. Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Tuesday, June 18th, 2024.